Hello. I'm trying something a little bit different here. I've also got a plugin for Twitch. So I still have a Twitch account. I never ever streamed to it. So we'll see how this goes for me. The only annoying thing is I don't have a plugin to see Twitch chat. So I think what I'll do on OBS is I'll shrink the YouTube chat down and I'll add a window overlay, or like a window capture. Call it Twitch chat. And I'm gonna do that, this, that. The only thing is with Twitch, I can't remember if it starts from the top. Add that. That probably looks pretty good. Of course, I gotta leave. Yeah, gotta leave Firefox open too. It just means I won't really be able to see anything. There we go. Okay. Now I can see YouTube chat, I can see Twitch chat. I had some friends that were messaging me on Twitch last time and I completely mucked up the settings. I had some sort of multi-streaming plugin, and it didn't work. So yeah, they were like going, "Hey Mitch," and then I wasn't replying. Turns out the video didn't work either, so I have no idea. But at least today I can see myself everywhere, so we're good. Alright, Metal Music, how did the that cabinet go? Amazon stuff, so it came as a kit. Yeah. A lot better than my setup. What that is a bit of old wooden shelving that you'd get from like a Office Max here in New Zealand, and I tried to cut it down and yeah, add it to the well, I had to shrink it widthwise to fit in that space between my couch and the wall when I moved into this apartment. Yeah, doesn't it's very lopsided. It's been pushed together by the couch and the like 10 screws on each side holding it, try and clamp it together. Yeah, I wouldn't put a bubble level thing on it because it's yeah, it's lopsided. Oh, and you got a bunch of Apple IIe stuff, okay. Yeah, like that stuff when the schools are getting rid of all their old hardware. It's like, it is like Christmas Day. I really regret not grabbing like all the old 486, 386 machines that our high school got rid of, and they stored them in the swimming pool. Like bleachers on the side of the pool. It's like, ooh, That's where that IBM desktop I last restored on the channel came from. But yeah. Oh, and I almost just finished spilling my beverage as well. I tried to use this thing that came off my cooler to pop open the bottle cap, and it was pretty stuck on there and it just went flying. So now my desk is covered in drink, which is not great. But yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to get started with this anyway because I've got a few bits of software and stuff I want to try out on this, but I have gone ahead and added an additional 9x client. Just wanted to see how roaming profiles would work on that. So this is a new machine. Well, it's actually just a clone of the first one before I joined it to the domain. So essentially what I did was I just cloned this to here, renamed it, and there's the files. So yeah, pretty basic. Right, get my domain controller going. Couple of other machines. It's a public holiday tomorrow in New Zealand, so I was actually going to do this today. So this weekend I can try and get out and do some photography or something else other than being stuck at home. Actually, while I'm here, I need to grab that spreadsheet. Cracks me up how often I use Excel. Got two documents. 1987 Leone stereo wiring. Real detailed. And my notes from the server work. Really advanced. But yeah, hope everyone's having a great day. I was sure glad to finish work. Get out. Get out now. Okay, got our workstation going. I'll get these two 9x clients going as well. Love to do this on real hardware. But first I gotta move out of this apartment. I've got no room to get any equipment out or computers. I've got a couple of laptops. Oh, now I've got to be careful with this. I got a copyright strike on the Windows 98 startup sound on my last stream. Someone actually thought that they made some sort of remix thing and then obviously had a copyright thing against it, even though they didn't own any of the material. And yeah, I got a notification. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna disable that. Oh yeah, the apartment is temporary permanent until I figure out where I can go next. I'm still working on that. So it's actually really nice. Like, I used to have flatmates and stuff, so this is a lot nicer. You know, it's a lot quieter, which I like, but the downside is there's no room. I've got my desk that I'm sitting at now, and that's pretty much my living area, if you will. I'm going to turn off the startup sound. Go none. And I can do the same here. Even though I got the copyright strike removed, it's just a lot easier if I don't have to, you know, deal with that. Go here, we'll turn, even though this probably won't save. Oops. There's an odd question. Did the other one do that? I don't recall it doing that. No. Cool. Yeah, I know. It was a bit of a surprising thing to get, actually. I was like, what do you mean copyright music? I mean, the background music I'm playing is from Epidemic Sounds, and that's just, you know, I pay a subscription to have that, which I'm probably due to pay them, actually. And yeah, the Windows 98 startup sound was the only thing that I was like, what are these timestamps? And it was the startup sound, and I was like, oh. So yeah, I pretty much just said it was public domain, fair use sort of stuff, and it was dropped. But it likely means that if that keeps popping up, that, yeah, they're gonna have a problem. Typical, like, YouTube stuff. Just a bit painful. Okay, so I have a couple of different logon scripts that I found around online. The third one here uses a Kix client, which has a lot more optional stuff. So it's like a script processor for a logon script. You can add a couple of attributes and things to make it more, adaptable. Bit of indigestion. I don't have that client installed, and I'm not really. It looks pretty heavy on material to work through that. I think I had somewhere in here I had a guide on that. Got a white paper on maintaining profiles and things, which I can have a read through, a lot of which isn't supported by Windows 98. So that's a little bit annoying. But either or, I have the information. So we can go through that. I think what I'll do is we'll start with a basic logon script. Why not? Start easy. So for that, I have a choice of these two. This is the URL. I should probably link it. I found it on archive.org. Looking through websites and stuff. So logon script for NT and 95, and it has a group checker which is called ifmember.exe. So that file here that you can get from the Windows NT4 resource kit, CD-ROM has that client in there, which actually I want to have a look at as well. Looks like it's referencing this version, which I think's more for Windows NT. So I'm going to cheat and plagiarize this a little bit, because I'm no good at doing scripting. Something I'd like to learn more of. But what have we got in here? So we're remitting a bunch of notes. Okay, so the first thing is net time. It's from a German website, so it's in German. This is the server, I believe. So the user needs to have rights to do this. Okay, so does that mean the end user has to be a admin? We've got a public shared drive. So if the drive lever does not exist, go to there, which is here. Net use, delete the drive if it's mapped. New drive T. It's like a temporary drive that they're setting in this script. Same sort of thing. Okay, interesting. Okay, so this is for if you're a part of a group, if the user is a part of a group. Administrators, Error 0 is not a member, error 1 is member in the group, member 2 is in local group, error 3 is an API failure. Okay, so if yes, map this, can remit it. Okay. There are different versions of if member. Basically, this one here and this one here, and I can't remember which one's which. One of them's for NT clients, the other one's for 9X. So before the policy editor could do map drives via groups, for group policy came out, I guess this was an option. So we can browse the resource kit as well. So that's one option. And then someone else wrote another one which detects whether or not you are using a Windows 9X client or NT client. Go to WinNT. So if Windows exists, Windows 95 exists, there should be another one for NT, and then you can set the time against the primary domain controller. So yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll get that into the NT4 server. Let's see if I can browse this. Ah, it's 120, sorry, my mistake. Will it work? Yeah, it's loading something. Pretty slow, but it's getting there. Here we go. Create a folder called IT. I'm just gonna dump that in there. Cool. Now, I think that works. Oops. Okay, so that works. Does that work on 9X? Let's have a look. Haven't got any network browsing going here. I'm just going to temporarily dump this on the C drive. Okay, so that also loads, so that's good. Okay, so I probably need to put in needs to know what sort of domain controller to look at, I guess. So okay, so what I'll do is I'll bring up the resource guide, and because I have the NT resource kit here, and it's got a help file, I believe. Where is it? I'm looking for the help file for the resource kit. Here we go. This is the file. So I'm going to use the actually good search function. Here we go. Okay. Common, that's where it is. So what I'm going to do, because I know I've got enough drive space, let's just dump this in here, just so I don't have to keep looking for it. Okay, so close that, get rid of that, open that. Here we go, list of utilities. If member. No. Okay, here we go. If member, a command line utility that checks the current user is a member of a specified group. Ah, okay, so you do have to specify a group. So where group name specifies. So if member administrator, if not error level 1, dispatch file will only run if the user is a member of the administrator group. So in theory, if I was to run that here, if member, I think what I might do is do the verbose and L and then contoso domain open process token failed was 120. Maybe this doesn't work. Try it on an NT client. Actually, I will do this on here. Try this. Access denied. That's probably because I can't run that from this directory. Can I dump it to here? Nope. What about my desktop? Nope. What about my home drive? Negative. Try that. Might not have the set up. Oh, okay. So it can do a lookup. Sweet. I thought they were supposed to output something. What am I reading? So if it's not a error level 1 exit, list of groups has parameters on the command line, checks how many of these groups the current user belongs to, exits with the number of matches as an exit value if error level command in the logon script. Yeah, okay. Right, so it's got to be able to reference the domain, that's fine. I just would have thought... What is the local group on this thing? It's called domain admins, not domain administrators. Interesting. I still would have thought that would have done something. This is weird. I must be missing something. Well, it's not giving an error, but I would have thought... Oops. Yeah, okay, so it can't run on here, so I need, for Windows 98, I'm going to need one of those other ones. So that will be here. And that's going to be... Here's the software. It was in this one. This is what I need. Okay, so that's still there. Yeah, I don't think that exists. Ah, yes, this is what I was reading. It might be bundled on the NT resource kit, NT server, sorry, resource kit. Do I have a copy of that? I thought I did. Yeah, this is what I was reading. So there's a few ways to go around about sort of doing these, but Oh, okay, so if member should work on Windows 98. Okay, so it can't look up the domain name? Okay. Can resolve the domain controller. Okay, so what is net help? Yeah. Can never remember how to find okay. I can never remember how to show more things listed. Metal music, it looks technical, but I'm struggling. uh, let's Google that. System does not support the request. So, if people are using this batch script, I'm wondering how they're doing logon scripts with map drives depending on what group you're in. Okay, yep, that makes sense. So that will be going into the net logon folder. I don't understand what setting these does, to be honest. Okay, so that's overwriting a file. Let's have a look and see, does that file exist? Where is it? It was like C Windows. LM script. don't have LM script. Got LM hosts. What is this? Let's have a peek. This file. Net bar stuff. Interesting. Microsoft Win Client Advice over TCP stack from Windows 98. This file contains a mapping of IP addresses to NT computer names. Interesting. Well, there's no changes in that, so okay, so this is, it looks like this part here is for Windows 9X. Removing previously mapped drives, adding map drives, synchronizing the time. Not too sure what this is. It's a bit like a logon script. Debugger, log. End of the logon script. And here is the WinNT stuff. So it can do if member. So if member is not just curious, what does this do? Nothing. I was just curious to see. If the operating system equals Windows _NT. Haven't used much of that. You can tell I'm a bit out of my depth here. Okay, so much for starting off easy. I would have liked to have made okay, so feature. I think I need this. In group 32. Yeah, real handy. Works in the modern age, right? This is where I copied the script. Okay. Oh yeah, this is what I was following. So okay, so that file exists. So that's on the NT client, but it's probably not on the 9X client. A negative ghostwriter. Okay, so that makes sense. Don't know if this works, but I tell you what, we're going to plagiarize a little bit of this. I actually want... Let's grab some of this. Okay. Let's grab that. And the share settings. Well, actually, no, because I probably shouldn't. That reminds me to skip the song. So that won't work. I really would need this if member to work, though. So I'll log on as this user. Open process token failed. I'm wondering, there was an update to Windows. And I think it broke this application for a lot of people, so I'm wondering... And this person was being grilled for not doing group policies, basically. I just wonder if this just doesn't support it. And to be honest, I was kind of relying on that utility. Does it actually have to be? Does it actually have to be in there? Or does it need to do it upon log on? I am stumped. But I'll tell you what, let's create a new logon script. Just do a little one. Sorry, I'm not being too chatty. I'm kind of doing some reading. This looks like a PowerShell script. Okay, I think we just need to get it inside of the logon script. This is quite nice. This is a nice little basic one. Okay. does this. You can do pause. So I could just pop that. Is there like a countdown for batch scripting? Timeout. No. You know, I'll just pop a pause in there. Okay. So I'm not going to do any if statements for that. So let's copy the if member at. We'll put it, I don't know if I have to put it in both of these, but we'll just pop that in there in both. Okay, so go to VA. Where is VA in this person's script? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this is more how I'd expect it to work. Oh, okay. Okay, so right, so you can still differentiate the operating system level. But this person is saying if member.exe is not going to work on the Windows 95 box, you're going to get some errors, so don't try and run that. That's annoying. I wonder on the resource kit, was there any Shows the usernames of members in a group. No. Show groups. Command line utility that shows groups to which a user belongs. Does that only work on... Oh, well, that won't work because you'd need... There's no way to do... current, you know, like current user. Man, this is bogus. Add user, find group example. So I wonder if there's a way. Man, this quick little job has just turned into a pain. Okay, is there anything else on Google? I'm an hour in, I haven't actually created any scripts. Okay, so at least for NT, so if they're a member of this, go level 1, go to that. Okay, so what we could do, could at least create a logon script that separates Windows 98 versus NT. I think what I'll do, instead of doing the set OS, I'll just go if exists. Not that one, this one. It's quite interesting, this person here reckons it works. I'm not entirely sure that's going to work. Windows 98. Remit if yes, map this. Remit if this with this share set, new share name. And is that compatible? I don't believe it is. Man, this has gone horribly. Okay, so what I need to do is I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to move that over here. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go if exists go to win nt. And can I do what's a file on a Windows 98 machine that doesn't exist on NT? Command.com? Or if C Windows exists? Hey guys, how's it going? Struggling here with some scripts, net logon scripts. Okay, so maybe oops. Okay. Don't know if I need to do So to test this out, okay, I'm going to unmap that drive. I'm going to cheat by looking at so if S exists, net use S delete. Okay. So net use oops. It's still open. What's using it? It'll be that I can't unmap it because it's done by the logon script. Okay, so logon script. Okay, so if it's a 9x client, it will unmap S and pause. If it's a Windows NT net logon, it will delete S and also pang itself, just cause. So I'm gonna copy that there. And we'll add it to our net logon folder. Okay, so we'll do that. We need to log off this user. Log off this one. And change the logon script. Do John S. Okay. Let's see what happens. Okay, so that did the ping. There should be no S drive, correct. We have a pause. Okay. And we have a ping. So it's going through the logon script. So I need to tell it once it's done that to exit. Or basically quit. So do I just put exit in the batch script, or do I have to tell it to end or something? Oh yeah, go to end. So if I was to log, I should have checked, does it have an S drive? Negative. Gee, we don't have anything, of course. So if I was to do back in here, go to end. So in theory, that should run. Oops. This section. Give that another go. So we should have no ping. Negative. So what about the 9x client? And we have a pause, which I added. Okay, so that's working. Wow. Basic batch script. It's pretty basic. But it works. Okay. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time on this, mainly because I want to carry on with other fun stuff. Right, so I think what I'm going to do, we're going to edit our existing batch script. Is there a command to pause or wait, countdown? I'm sure there is. It's where I need like someone with technical abilities to help. Used it before, but the problem is it doesn't exist in older clients. Okay, so you gotta use the choice command? Variable in a batch file. Can you do that in 98 batch files? Just want to add a little bit of time. I'm sure I've done it before, but... is it sleep? Yeah, is it sleep? No. Delay? Does delay work on NT? Hmm. Hmm. Goodness gracious. This is, I'm sure I've done this before, and it hasn't been this complicated. My gosh. I mean, isn't there even on the Windows 98 boot disk, like it counts down? So there's going to be a way to do it. Is it just a null choice? Remit choice. If I go... No? Is it only on Windows 98? It is, okay, so... It's okay, because I have a way of segregating 9x clients. Default choice. So I can do a timer. Yeah, okay, so yeah, so choice /C AB, so choices specify allowable keys. The default is yes and no. /T for time A. Yeah, so A to continue for 10 seconds. Null echo. Yeah. Okay, so you're saying choice, you select the key, continue keys are A and B. You're telling that the time is A, which is the default key, for 10 seconds, and we null echo that. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. So I have the choice command in 9x. Don't have that in NT, but that's not to say... like there isn't another one. So for here... Okay, mapping the shoot, I don't even know if I really need that because I've got echo off pretty much. Okay, so we'll go to 9x, we're going to map a drive. So if the S drive exists, remove it, pause. This is in theory, we would add our setup. Good morning. I'm just going to plagiarize your syntax here, Metal Music. Do you really pipe it? Okay. So the choice is going to be for character A, B, is it? Actually, let's start small. Okay, that's for 10 seconds. See what it does. Yeah, that worked. I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess, if it shows or not, but okay. So to be honest, what I'll do is I'll just make it even simpler. What did I have set? Just drag this over here. So I did choice as A, B's for time default A, and I'll do 2. Could just do this. Oops. Can you do that? Let's give it a try. I'll use my test thing here. Oh, no, I'm already doing echo off. What am I doing? I'll keep it simple. Alright. Mapping of the drive. If it exists, remove it. We're gonna wait 2 seconds, map a drive, go to the end once done. This is going to be default like 4 seconds, so I believe I can just sort of do that. Let's just give it a try, see what it does, why not? So my first pause. Okay. Okay, so that went to the end where there's a pause. Just add something to the back of it. Let's split this up. See what that does. Yeah. So we're getting a pause. So it's running. Oh, do you know what it is? I missed something fatally obvious. I'm logging in as this user that probably doesn't have their script, logon script name changed, because I'm still using the test one. It's been a long week. I'm like, why is it not changing every time I add a condition? John S is the only user out of these that I've done. Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is add a pause in here. Just want to see what it's doing. God, I've just realized that, oops. And I've just bumped my thing there. I've just realized that Windows startup sound hopefully doesn't re-trigger that copyright strike again. It's been played a lot. So we should have a pause so we can see what's going on. Okay, yeah. Nice. Can we have spaces in the batch file? I'll leave the pause still in there. Shall I use this one? Why not? Yep. Okay. Not bad, not bad. And if you're a oops. Yeah, if you're a 9x client, yeah, it's got a pause on the back of it. What I might do to see if this delete command is actually working. Can I disconnect it? I can. I'm gonna log. Well, actually, no, I need to log back in here. Then I can log back out. Go here. I'm gonna just remit this. Okay, so it does remove it. Cool, cool. Getting somewhere, so I can take that back out. I like how I haven't done anything except add delays and separated a 9x batch script to an NT one, but that's important. Now, does Windows 98 support that? So we have no mapped drive. Restore that. Log back in. Okay. And we have the drive. Okay, so it is removing it and it is re-adding it. Why would you need to remove it? I guess if you don't want duplicate drive letters. Not too sure. There would have been scenarios where someone's accidentally mapped a drive they shouldn't have or something, and you need that drive letter. Okay. Right, I think what I'll do might come back to this batch scripting because I've sort of focused on that for quite a while. I think I need to get this BackOffice server product installed because it's 7 disks. So I'll close all of this. Actually, I should really set the time, shouldn't I? Before I forget, John needs the old login script. Okay. What was it was the time command that I was looking at, wasn't it? Or actually, I do need to also look up. So does a timeout command. So it doesn't exist for NT, but I am curious, was there anything on the toolkit Aha! Hmm. Let's grab it. It's still mapped. I do miss... I don't know what it is. I miss this Windows find system. It's so fast. Let me just... the only thing that is annoying is there's no open location. Yeah, here's a batch script I prepared earlier. It's shit and it doesn't work. Got him. I wonder if that timeout thing, whoops, works for Windows 98. Maybe it does. So let's go here. This is exactly what I need. Does it work on 98? All that work. It does. Oh, well, actually not really. Not really. By the looks of that, it just sort of... Yeah. No. But it does for NT. Oh. Oh yeah. Unless it's my keystroke. I'll tell you what, I will add it. Just see what it does, eh? So instead of ping, should do 2 seconds, it's probably a bit better. I'm wondering if it's because of my VM, like maybe pushing too many keys too quickly, like a timing issue. So what I'll do, I'll try that. Let's just see what it does. Try this one first. Perfect. That one worked, so I can get rid of the pause on this one. What about this one? Okay, so we got a pause. No. Is it trying to run? It looks like it's trying to run that executable from C Windows. So that might be a problem. I don't believe I can do this. But, I'm gonna give it a nudge. Okay. Oh, okay, so executed. It just didn't hold. So that function does not work. That's alright. What I can do is just sneak this back in here. There we go. Okay, so we've got timing. I've got separated logon scripts, which I think I might need later. Okay. Go end. That one's already good. Even though that's going to slow my logon script down, of course, a bit, but that's alright. Yeah, I'm wondering if there is something I'm missing with that. Okay. Cool. I'm happy that works. Right, let's get some software going here. So, close these. So it's a 7-disc set. Sorry, is it 6 or 7? I think it might be 7. But we'll map this here. Okay, so this is the actual BackOffice server installer. There is 2 variants. There's a small business edition, which I think is newer, and then this one. I think this is the last non-SBS edition. Would love to find this on a boxed copy. Okay, so we're installing BackOffice server that only supports 40-bit encryption, but we've got 128, so that's going to be downgraded. Okay, I have cheated, and I have actually just installed this on the VM, but I was just curious to see roughly what the install process was like. So yes, it's all ones. Okay, so after the setup's run, automatically log on. So I'll just log on manually. Excuse me. Might have to refresh my beverage. Okay, so we got a few options. Web publishing server, collaboration intranet, branch office server, local and remote administration, intranet access, local exchange server, inventory management, system management. They're complete. Most commonly used components and custom. I'm going to do custom. So go for services no longer supported. Okay, so these are all the components. So we've got SQL 7. And I believe that's because System Management Server 2 doesn't support anything older than SQL 7. So I'm going to tick that on. I'm going to untick Proxy Server just for the moment. So let's change the folder this has been installed in because my C drive does not have a lot of space. And we'll do the same for Exchange. I don't know, this must be for a cert. Outlook web connector, we got the connectors, mail connectors. Okay. Okay, yep. The option pack I'll leave as default. I will change this to there. I don't know what this is, but we will install it. This is the thing I was really interested in, was SMS. BackOffice components we'll leave as default, and we actually have the MMC console because the server by default does not have that. Cool, so I'll just check a few things. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That is correct. Front page 98. Okay, so that's installing. I don't have any options to change that drive leader, that's okay. Cool, alright, so we have the D drive for the SQL database, the IIS core installation point, I'll leave that as default. The index server I'm going to leave as default because I think IIS already is here. Yeah. That should be all correct. Okay, so these are our service accounts. So I'll grant administrator the service SQL admin. And it's optional. Exchange server services account. So typically you would have a service account, I guess, to start these, but what I'm going to do is just cheat. Put in the domain admin in. I guess that would be typical for this sort of stuff. And this is for the SMS, so service account. So I'm just going to do the same password. Primary site system administrator account, system management server services account. I'll let it create that SMS service user. And actually what I'm going to do in my notes here, I'm going to just put in so primary site sysadmin account, that's going to be SA, and the password is let me in for that, and I'll do the same for the system management service account. Okay. And the rest of it's just default, so I'm not going to worry. TCP, I'll do the NW link on that. This is the Exchange server. Our site name. I really should be reading a guide on this. Admin email. Yep. Looks good to me. Okay, so this is the SMS server, so the site code is just for SQL, so I'll do that. Okay, brain box, database name. Yep. Yep, that looks so good. Yeah. Okay, yep. Okay, so it needs to increase the number of available services. I didn't realize there was a limit, but there probably is. So, yep, we'll reboot. Of course, I left myself logged in. That's probably not gonna work very well. Windows 98. Trying to... Whoops. Missed the prompt. Trying to log off. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, we got a new back office. Wallpaper. That's when you know you pay the big bucks here, the custom wallpaper. Ooh. Always takes a while to get those services going. Okay. Cooking. Okay, so once disk 2, which is the SQL disk. I think this does take a while from what I remember. So I think while it's doing that, I think I might make myself a beverage. Yeah, this is going to take a while. I've got like a few CD-ROMs to feed in. So what I'll do is I'll just mute my mic so you don't have to hear me rustling around in the background here, and I'm gonna go and just top my drink up, and I'll keep an eye on this while it's running. Hello, hello. Long time no see. Just making a drink while I'm waiting for this to install. Alright, it's a good thing I was muted there because I just let out a massive burp. Such an entertainer. Right, come on. So slow. But it's not on bare metal, so of course it's going to be a little bit quicker. I'm really lucky here where New Zealand has a public holiday tomorrow, so I get a 3-day weekend and I'm really excited. My boss has been on sick leave for a while, so I've been kind of doing a lot of the IT work with me and a guy who is just two of us, and me and some new guy who's been with us for, well, actually 2 months now. 2 whole months. He hasn't left yet. So yeah, looking forward to my boss getting back. So yeah, this long weekend's going to be yeah, much enjoyed. There'll be some photography in my future if the weather holds out. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, in New Zealand, I'm very much looking forward to the time off. Normally I'm not too, like, I'm not normally one of those types of guys that gets really desperate for holiday leave. You know, I'm normally alright for, you know, I can get through a year pretty easily, but I think this one hit hard. It's no fun dealing with people. I like doing just IT. But yeah, even though you still deal with people, you have to. Come on, it's just an option pack. How long does it take? Yeah, metal music. I think you do. So normally I get a little bit of a break over Christmas time, but again, I was on call and covering the boss, so that little gap that you normally have between the New Year and Christmas, it's yeah, it wasn't really there. That's alright. I made up for it by buying lots of stuff on the company accounts online. That's what happens when I get left unsupervised. My gosh, profits are gone. IT have spent it all on backpacks and Ugreen power bricks. Oh, I've just seen down here. Okay, so target file exists in is newer. Overwrite the file. No. To all. It's probably. I wonder how long it's been sitting there. I haven't noticed. I swear nothing gets past me, except everything. Yeah, like you're right though, like having back problems and stuff, man, that stuff catches up fast and hard. It actually degrades you quite rapidly. Like, I'm not old, I just feel old, but yeah, man, like I see my colleagues and stuff or people I've worked with that are 15 years older than me, and I'm like, man, I need to start looking after myself better. What are you on about, Valdell? This message was there less than 30 seconds. Oh, you're talking about the backache? That's what I'm getting from that. Exchange server disk. Yeah. So component level repair? Metal music? Metal music, sorry. It's my Southland accent just ruins pronunciation of words. Well, we're on the heavy hitter exchange server. How much space have I got on that drive? Probably should have checked that. I think I gave it 30 gig. Yeah, 32. I still think the hardest thing I've repaired to this date for me personally is a Walkman. Those things, man, are just... I think everything just crumbles in your hands. Yeah. Do you have hopefully you got a good microscope. Actually, that's a good question for you. Yes, yeah, I do actually. I think I've seen those, yeah. Do you use a microscope for your component level repairs? If you do you have one like Lewis Rosman where you've got eyepieces that you stare into, like, you know, and then that doesn't disconjoint your hands from what you're doing on the board or what have you, makes it a bit easier? Or do you have one that you outputs like a big display and you look up at it while you're, soldering and what have you? Magnifying glass sphere. Yeah, before I moved, I was very close to getting a microscope or at least a hot air workstation. I think I'd really love a hot air workstation. But I've done 0 soldering in this house. And also that Denon CD player I fixed behind me, it's broken again. Not too sure if it's the leaf switches or something. I need to get a my multimeter on as it's opening and closing and seeing if it is actually closing the contacts properly. But I'm too lazy and it was free. Okay. Disorientating. Yeah, I did wonder. That's that whole, because it's such finite work, you often, it's not like everything that you work on is completely flat, doesn't have stuff around it, that whole 3D thing of looking through something to try and... Actually, while we're waiting for this, there was a project I was looking at. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, I have the desoldering. I've got a Hacko desoldering gun pump. I think it's the same one that Adrian's Digital Basement has. And that's been really good, you're right. It's been a lifesaver. Just not having to use one of those stick plungers. This is what I was looking at as a little project to do. It's like a new PCB 386 motherboard. It looked simple enough that I reckon I could have a go at it. But the one thing, the chipset here, my eyesight is good, but not that good to do that quad flat pack. And I started buying parts for it. I've got a couple of CPUs. And I've got, I think, a couple of crystals, I think. But the chipset is really hard to get a hold of. U9. This here, I can only get it from this place. And I don't know about this website. That someone reached out to me on Vogons and said they have a bunch of these. Don't know if they work, but because they could be fake, but I really, really wanted to have a go at it. I think it's so cool. Imagine building your own RAM, motherboard, your own I/O controller potentially. You can definitely do a sound card, and you can do a VGA card. Here, I'll feed the next disc in while I'm blabbering. Where's my notes? Because I have everything in Google Keep. Yeah, I could do like an XT-IDE to CF adapter or something. You can make your own ESS sound card. Here I've got some stuff on that. It's all just open source. So here's a sound card. That looks a little more component level than the motherboard. 8-bit ISA. Well, these are 16-bit slots. So you could do that. And the other option was a VGA card. Here it is here. Ah. So gone. It's based on a pretty crappy Trident VGA card. It'd be so cool. I was really excited to do this, but time and effort and all that did not like being resized. But that'd be so cool. Build it, because I've got a brand new baby AT case that yeah, that's right. I bought a case from... So yes, yeah, I bought a couple /motherboards from a guy up in the North Island online, which was on TradeMe, which is our Gumtree / Craigslist local type equivalent. It's more like an eBay, but yeah. And he had cases, motherboards, and some other parts. And I bought a bunch of motherboards off, and I asked him before he put any of them online, hey, do you have any cases? And he goes, oh, I've got a brand new one that's never been built in. And I was like, oh my god, because brand new old stock baby AT tower cases, or baby AT cases full stop, are just unobtainium now. And I've still got it in the box. The box is, like, I've opened it so I can check the case. It's all in there, but I've held on to it for years, waiting to build a really good machine for it, and I thought maybe I could build a motherboard, brand new, like make a 386 machine out of brand new parts, minus potentially a floppy drive, although you might be able to still find them every now and then online on eBay. But yeah, build the RAM, RAM, sound, I/O, if I open up my Google Keep, what else did I have in here? Oh, there is a controller made by the same guy who did the VGA. ISO, OPL. What is this? Interesting. Monster floppy disk controller. Floppy serial controller. Maybe he doesn't have one. I thought there was. Oh, it was a floppy and serial controller I was looking at. Pretty basic. You could build something like that, but you'd probably just do an XT to IDE. How's this thing looking? I hope I haven't frozen it. No, it's still cooking. Just got to be patient, which is not something I'm good at. Disk 6, the SMS server disk. Leave that to cook. Oh yeah, this is the other one. The XT IDE thing I was looking at. It's got an internal header which I quite like, but I'd see maybe potentially doing compact flash or something maybe. I still have a few of those. But yeah, they look kind of fun. So I figured I might start somewhere simple, get used to making things. Test each component one by one, more importantly. Yeah. Just see what it does. I reckon that'd be so cool. I really want to do that. This motherboard looks simple enough component wise where I could do it. The only thing I can't do is the quad flat packs. So I would need, it's U8, is that a Math CoPro? Yeah. I'd need a microscope to make sure I don't have any bridges, and I don't know where I'd get the RAM slots. That's a little hard. 60 nanosecond RAM. I think it'd be just really cool. I really want to do that. Disk 7. Do I have that? For some reason, VirtualBox keeps dropping my ISOs out. Don't know what it is, but that's alright. What did that fail on? Might have to go back and check it. Excuse me, stretching. Actually, I'm going to close this door because the bugs are coming in. Painful bloody things. I'm wondering if this failed because something else hasn't started. Some of these setups, they try and bundle an awful lot of stuff into the wizard. Not sure. This doesn't seem good. We're doing an Exchange server test. Performance. How many users do you expect to host on the server? Less than 500. I'm not going to bother with a memory limit. I'm not really making this anything amazing. We have less than 1,000 users, and I'm just going to leave this all as default. It's quite interesting. This VM's been hosted on an NVMe SSD through VirtualBox. Okay, so this needs to change. I'll match them up. For the logging, directory service, change that so they all match. Correct. Yep. Go for it. I think I might need to give this a reboot as well. Okay, so there was an error during the setup, but the problem is I didn't see that error. So, yeah, I'll reboot. I might try and just rerun the setup and just see what happens. It's either going to work or it's not. Yeah, I'm wondering if I can get those ICs from anywhere else. Excuse me. Oh, actually, this is me on Vogons. Okay, does anyone have... Ah, that's right. I went down a whole rabbit hole. I forgot about this. So I ended up looking for similar chips to see if the pinouts were the same. I mean, look at this. These are two separate chips. Like pin 1 not connected. VCC is 12 on that one. IO CH ready. Yeah, so it's anyway, going down a rabbit hole. Should let me in. Okay, we got a to-do list and nothing in it. Well, I think the first thing I'm going to do is try and reinstall that broken app. So we'll rerun the wizard. And we'll reinstall it. Does the account have to exist first? Let's see. Maybe I'll change the site ID to this. Number 2, just in case. SQL name or the password of the SQL account are both invalid. Do I need to set the password on that? Yep, okay. And actually, is the service running? Yeah, that's running. I don't know if I need any of these others, so... We'll turn that on too, so auto starts. There we go. Disk 3. Getting there. Thinking about it. So slow. Wondering if the service wasn't running or the account password wasn't correct or something and it just outright failed. Oh, way. It's a bit like watching paint dry. Do I have any notes on the BackOffice server? That's a guide to upgrade from NT4 to 2003. God, that'd be quite a jump. What's this? Networking guide? No. That's the profile guide. Oh, what's happening in the background here? Just wizard stuff, okay. It's having a bit of a gander. Just a brief sort of skip through this. I haven't actually read this one, but I probably should have. It's probably more useful for what I was doing. Wow, quite a flow diagram. Alright, that's done. Give that a reboot. It's a network admin guide. I thought I had more. Interesting. I get caught in these little rabbit holes as I'm reading. Little snippets of information. It's alright. It lets me wait for this thing to hurry up. Okay, alright. I'm gonna put disk 1 back in. Okay. Where is... I thought we'd have a guide. Ah, yeah, this is what I want here. Getting started. Go to the BackOffice folder and then click Help. BackOffice server. Hang on. There's no help folder. Are you lying? Is there a help file? Tell you what, I'll use my good friend, the file finder search. The file does not exist on the CD-ROM. Insert disk 6. That probably doesn't help. Help. Okay. Copy that. SMS services experiencing problems. Okay. All right. Or should I be opening this up? CHM. Oh yeah, so it is just that. Okay, here we are. They're getting started. Okay, so suite of apps used to make life easier. Welcome to BackOffice server. Installing, unattended, managing BackOffice server, which I think will start there. Web administration, server management console. Does that mean we should have MMC now, I would have thought. Wow, MMC 1. Ooh. Intranet starter guide. Okay, so let's just quickly check out the managing, which is chapter 5. Okay, so there's the features. Oh, okay, so I didn't need SNA. That's alright. This is what I'm very interested in, the system management server and also Exchange 5, both of which I haven't really used. So we've got a back office manager, and that has a snap in. Okay, so is that in here? Add snap in. Here we go. System management server? Or back office server manager? Okay, so we can manage SQL Server. Oh, there we go. Okay, there's our SQL databases. We have our system management database. I can't seem to do anything with that information, but yeah, it's there. We have a IIS. Server. Here's our directories. I'm going to be honest, I don't really know how IIS actually works very well. I never really used it. Well, I've used it for very niche things, but I've never managed a website as such through it. I've used it to generate certificates and like networks, MPS servers and SMTP servers and Okay, there's the Exchange server. We don't have any printers. Gosh, it doesn't seem to be... Can you do anything? To be honest, no. Change just changes the server selection. Man, that's pretty basic. So we've got that via MMC. Got a task pad. There is this over the web. You can use BackOffice Web Administrator Access Internet Services Manager, so you can manage services such as www and FTP. How do we access this? Okay, so that must be a local... Okay, so to start, NT Web Server Administrator. I'm sure this is not full of holes at all. BackOffice Web Security. Enable access. Okay, so the default will be like localhost / NT admin. Let's give that a shot. Ah. Oh no. It's frozen. See if we can just ignore it for a moment. Ah, what am I doing? What was it? NT admin. Oh, look at this. This is fancy. We've got a web management. I'm curious. Huh? Wow. You can get to it on Edge. Oh my gosh. Schwanky. 1999. I've always loved these little GIFs on the bottom here. So cool. Gonna have like a stack of them. Okay, so yeah, we can see users. Look at that. Can edit a user. So we can edit the name. But we can't edit the logon script. So that's very basic. Can do groups, add a workstation. What have we got in here? Devices. Okay, so these are like the service device services. Event logs. Failed to get. Okay, so these are the last 10 application event logs. Okay, so we can sneak through it here. Okay. That's pretty interesting. File system, shared directories. Let's see everything. Gosh, I wonder how this must have been an app. Must have been like really cool, and then a massive vulnerability. Okay, so we can do permissions. There's all the the shared permissions. Okay, remote console. Remote console server status not installed. Remote console utility R client. I installed something and it didn't do anything. Okay, so that's the client. So how do you install that? Remote server console server status not installed. Okay, so we need the NT resource kit, which I thought we had already. It was definitely the option pack. Did that not install it? Let's just quickly just have a gander at the components. Okay, well, there is a separate resource pack for NT server that I have here. And this is this is specific to NT server, so maybe what I'll do is we'll just quickly mount that. Where was that? Just had it open. Here, add. That's my OS volume. Apps. NT4, and then NT server for resource kit. Map this, see what it is. Okay, so web administration, client base administration, RAS. I'll tell you what, we'll just run the setup and just see. I mean, what's worse is going to happen. It's either going to work or completely brick everything I've just done. Wonder how it's found that. I don't know. Just pop it in there for now. Okay, what have we got? Utilities for automating NT setup. Manipulating stuff, user accounts, diagnostics, TCP, desktop tools, online docs. You know, I'll just install it. It's either gonna work or it's not. Okay, well, while that's ruining the system, just load it up with shite. It's probably gonna want to reboot, isn't it? So that's the system management, scheduled tasks, remote access admin. Service name's invalid. Does that mean yeah, so it's trying to find it. That's alright. I'll work that out in a minute. Okay, so yeah, we could reboot the server. We can send a message. There we go. Don't know why you need that, but there it is. Services, oh, this might be quite handy. Remote procedure call. Come back to that. Those are the sessions. Get configuration. Drives, get configuration. Nada. Hardware. Nada. That's probably an SNMP thing, if I had to guess. Whoa, stats. Cache. Yep, that's real cool. Alright. I'd love to get that remote server thing working. Alright. Okay. What else have we got? So let's just have a quick little look in the folder. So I did the option pack, an index server, IIS of course, we have FTP, let's put a test file in and see if we can connect to it. Right, on my computer do I have FileZilla? I do. Let's see if it works. Wow, there it is. There's the file. Can I save back to it? If I do this. can I write back to it? Failed. Could not transfer. Is it a permission issue? Access denied. Access denied. Okay, so there's permission. So that will be anonymous connections. So you'd turn, essentially you'd turn that off. And then, welcome to my crap FTP server. Home directory. Oops, messed up those settings, didn't I? I'll leave that. Okay, so all machines will be granted except for those in the list. Okay, we've got domain admin will give access. Okay, let's try and reconnect. So that should not allow me to log in. Whoop. Will it let me in? It does! Okay, can I overwrite? Access denied. So it probably doesn't have, like, that directory probably needs, yeah, so there's no write access. So that would be interesting. I thought there would have been a file in there. Yeah, there is. Okay. Okay, so it's put it in there. So if I refresh, does this come up? Do I need to grant people access to this directory? Doesn't appear. Can I disconnect? Reconnect. Yeah, so I'm already at the root level. So it's a virtual directory. Default all computers will be granted access. Okay. And that's the default site. Okay, and that's my IP that I'm connected in on. those users have access. That's the default local path. I just kind of thought you would see... Oh, it's a virtual directory. Maybe you just don't see that. I don't know, I think I might have to have a bit more of a play around with this. Do that, create a path for it, allow read-write access to it. Okay, so there's already bindings. So I probably can't have concurrent. Yeah, I'd probably have to do a different port. Unless I was to stop this one and start this one. Yeah, conflicting. Ah, yeah, and of course, it's probably not gonna. Yeah, okay. That's okay. Stop that, start that, and I'll get rid of this site. Excuse me. It's a bit interesting. You don't. I wonder how you do like ACLs or like, you know, tell it that you can write to that directory. So you can turn that on, but how do you differentiate that on users? You want some users to be able to read and some to write. All good metal music. Don't think you're missing out on anything too exciting here. I bet there must be some sort of security thing. Oh, here's all the different sites. And the port. And directory. A lot of stuff I have not really played around with. We still have okay, well that's a little bit on IIS, I guess. What's this transaction server? Flight scheduler. I wonder if this is this a sample site? Interesting. Weird. Server packages. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn my AC on, it's getting warm. Had to shut the door because everything's getting cooking in here. Okay. So I'm not going to focus too much on that, but what I really would like to look at, system management server. So supposedly, now I have heard when you get this error, you need to do a service pack. Please enter a new site name. Okay, I think I need to do that service pack. I do have that prepared because I really want to have a play with this. This looks like the most interesting part of the whole thing. That service pack 5. SMS service pack 2. Get this mapped. So we'll go through this, we'll get this updated. Okay, yeah. We'll let it go off. I think this thing's super buggy. Oh yeah, and that reminds me, I have a guide on that too. Jeez, how big? Oh, it's a 400 megabyte PDF. Wow. Here we go. System Management Server 2.0. Okay, so hardware requirements, client hardware considerations, creating and running the SMS pilot project. She's a turkey. Sure. Just gonna not touch anything. I'll just kind of ignore that. So, okay, here we go. So we got setting up remote administration, migrating, upgrading, creating PDF, using PDFs. I'm sure there's a terminology. Alright, so it's quite a big list here of stuff. Hopefully there's photos, because I like photos. tools. Gosh, it's so much reading. I've got about enough patience for 3 seconds. I think I might just wing it. What's the worst that can happen? Actually, the one thing I do need to look at is how does getting a client installed? That's what I want to know. Modifying the net. Oh, that's shared apps. $153. Installation script. No. Site maintenance, client. Ah, have I got a bunch of stuff open? That's my bad. I'll let it do its thing here. Okay. Yeah, how do I get a client going? God, so much information in this. I mean, yeah, it's great, you know, it goes into great detail. I just don't have the patience, and I guess I've been, how long have I been streaming for? An hour and a half, 3 hours, 3.5. So I'll give this another half hour before I bail on it. But preparing installation scripts, page 94. Client pack. I would like to add a client. I'll skim through it. Give this a reboot because it's going to take ages. I think you have to put a log on script. Well, you have to add an item to the log on script. I think, you know what, I might just go through the help wizard and the software itself if I ever get it going, because it's probably going to be a lot easier than trying to read this palaver. That's remote console, helper disk. Okay. Get back in here. what I'll do is I'll log into this. We'll see if it opens. It should do. It was taking a while to get to this point. God. Thought we would have been playing around with this 2 hours earlier, but I think that logon script stuff derailed me. I was like, oh, I'll start off with a nice easy job. I'll just add a logon script. Okay. It's connecting. It might be waiting on SQL. The SQL server is running. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Metal Music. That's not running. I will start that. I don't know if that matters. Okay, that's running. Let's check out the SQL server. Yep. Okay, the database is there. Just having a moment. Maybe I'll try and go for the next service pack. It's either gonna work, I guess, or it's not, isn't it? And it's like a packaging send it to other sites. That's for that. Don't need to worry about that. Yeah, it's like sort of... Oh, there it goes. It just took a really long time. Okay, that looks better. Right, I think before I do anything with it, I've got to go for that Service Pack 5 because this thing looks like it's held together with straw. It's probably not going to work properly anyway. I haven't used it yet, so... close everything, learned my lesson. Everything's closed, check. Upgrade it. Yeah, 5 service packs that I could find for the software. When I was looking for version 2, which seems to have a little better support, I was browsing around on archive.org and I'm like, what are all these like service packs for it? I looked at it, I was like, oh god, they've got 5, well, at least listed 5 service packs. It's like, Jesus, it's probably shit. It's probably really shit software. So with this, I should, and from what I've very briefly read, I should be able to manage clients, push software to them, do assets. So we've got 3 VMs here that have nothing on them. These don't have any software. So I really want to push some programs to them. You know, like automate a bunch of stuff. Maybe even use it to change settings. I don't know. I haven't really had a good chance to play with it or add any clients to it for that matter. But it looks like the rest of this is pretty self-explanatory. Do want to touch on the site server. So I think on one of my next streams we'll create like an intranet maybe. And I will install, there should be the there should be, is there like a web thing? What is it, like Front Page Express to edit the website page? That was quite handy. What's all this? Command Scheduler. Handy. Yeah, Configuration Manager. I've used, and I still use it, Microsoft Deployment Toolkit at work, even today. It's hard to give up. It's free. And when you get your, like when we buy our ThinkPads at work, we buy, well, we've had a few models, but we typically only buy two. Lately it's just been one. So I've got a image all set up with the drivers baked in. And then it deploys Windows, a Wi-Fi profile, apps, shortcuts, you know, like real basic stuff, antivirus stuff. So yeah, I've never had a chance to use SCCM. I've always wanted to, but I've never had licensing. So I think this would be probably, it's that base foundation. You can update packages and stuff too. Yeah, the images are the key, aren't they? I try to do more of it on the, like, using scripts. So like I treat applications almost like scripts as well. So when it goes through, it doesn't like try and do too much or pull too much. But yeah, my last job I used Copilot and not Copilot, Autopilot. But yeah, it wasn't as fun. And actually at my old job they still use my deployment server. Like, yeah, everyone tries to get rid of it and then they keep using the damn thing. I got absolutely like grilled. We had a third-party contractor that used to give me absolute assholes for using it. It was the latest version, but he's like, why are you still using it? And I'm like, well, you know what? It brings that build time down just like bam. It's exactly the same. It just gets stamped out. The only problem is if a new device comes out, you have to build an image and test it, and often something breaks. It sucks. I was probably too greedy on that and opened this up, so I'm going to close that. I just really want to make sure our SQL services are all running. This one here normally isn't, but it's starting, so I'll wait. I've got to remember NT, you need to let everything just cook before you try and give it the old, you know. So I'll be patient and wait for this one to boot. Okay, it didn't start. That's okay, it's probably waiting on something else. I'll try and manually kick it. There we go. And actually what I'm going to do, put a shortcut on the desktop for that. Okay. Should be alright. I'll give it a minute. Did take a while last time. Don't know how long it does take to start. Actually, do we have any services? Those are all started. Okay, well they're all started, so it must be just crappy database performance. Cool. Okay, what do we got? I've never used this, so I'm thinking, as Korn said, SCCM with Microsoft Deployment Toolkit mixed with a little bit of like group policy-esque package deployment. So we've got a site. Okay. I really should be reading a quick start guide. Just gonna ignore this. Yeah, we'll just close that. View a site's address, create an address, modify an address. Okay, so for a node, also known as a Mac. Okay. So these are client addresses, alright. Hardware inventory, oops, sorry. Standard sender address. So that will be our site code, server name. That's fine. RAS. I don't think we need to worry about that. I think that's more for sending a replication, I'm guessing, of the site. Hardware inventory client agent. Enable hardware inventory on clients. Okay, well we'll do that. So once a day. Software inventory. Again, I'll see that for a day. So it runs. We'll just ignore all of that, but we can have different software that will be checked. So if you have a custom piece that's not a Microsoft executable, event to trap, that's enabled. Check for new programs every 60 minutes. I guess we can turn that on. When you advise programs are available, we'll display a notification just because I want to know what's happening. Granted, this is not probably something you would normally do, but I have no idea, so it's good to having some visual indicators. Okay, so Windows networking log on client installation. Yeah, I was about to say, I might just ask you more information here as we go through. Enable Windows log on client installation. I think what I'll do is I'll go help. Because I'm wondering, does it deploy a client or does it hook into a client? Yeah, 21, who's counting? And this is unfortunately because I've been streaming 3.5 hours. This is the stuff I actually really wanted to focus on today. Client agents, client installation. Okay, so we use a SMS commands asserted in the logon script. Okay, so for an NT remote client installation method turns all servers that run Windows NT server into an SMS client. We could do a manual client installation. This installation method turns all servers that run Windows NT server and are domain members into an SMS client. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. What is this? You must modify permissions in site security object. Okay, so this is if you want to run, if you want to configure the Windows client, logon client, I'm guessing for 9X. And then Windows NT remote client installation. I think we'll fumble our way through that. Right, okay, so I'll do that. Modify user logon scripts. I wouldn't mind finding that logon script manually and putting it in. Yeah, sure, we'll just do all of that. Package processing thread count. We'll do drive D because that has the most space. Windows NT client software installation account. This will be probably our domain admin, I'm guessing, or some sort of service account to deploy software. I really should have a service account. Those are the retry settings, so I'll leave them. I'll log all of that. Yeah, I'll log everything, but I won't go too hard on the detail. Data processing and storage. Okay, so we could set either amount of records or percentage to fill. Connection accounts, clients. Okay. That will be, I'm guessing, for SQL. Database management. I'm going to leave all of that alone. Just it's redoing index. Yeah, it's redoing indexes. That's cool. My backup procedures pretty much every day I do a big job like this. I actually just copy the whole VM. Discovery methods of clients, I'm guessing. Enable Windows Network logon discovery. Keep login points. I'll turn that on because we're going to be doing that for 9x clients. Do we have any systems in here? We have the server. And there's the info. So that's good. That means it's talking to itself. So we don't have any other clients, so I have to install one. And for that, I believe I'll have to put something in the logon script. Discovery method back in here. User account. Sure. Actually, what is... I should probably read some of this. Discovery methods. Okay. So network topologies. So on a scheduler SNMP, I don't think I've got that enabled. Heart beating. SMS flags reference existing internally in the config manager. She's been around. Yeah, you know, it kind of reminds me of Exchange Server. You know, like how much of it's still based on the 90s like technology. Okay, so that's for that. Okay, so if you've got a non-trusted domain, must be have an SMS service account, so probably run. So we will do, I need to get that logon script changed. If I do a log off and log in, does this pop up in the... Yeah. Yeah, I did read about kicks. But yeah, never really went back. It looked almost a little too advanced for me. I think I've got it here, yeah. But I haven't actually done anything with it. I've just got a real basic batch script that chooses was we have metal music, we're configuring it so depending on which client you're using ran a particular part of the batch script. And the other thing I really wanted was getting this if member thing going so you could look up if you're a member of a particular group and map a drive, but I could never get it to work properly. It just, I'll show you what I mean. It just kind of this CPU scheduler on this VM has died. Yeah, I need to restart this VM. It's, yeah, so if I go like it's probably gonna just sit here now. Yeah, it gives me this open process failed. It's like it doesn't support the application. Works fine on NT, of course. It's designed for NT, but you know, I'll give this a reboot and I'll do the same for this other one. I had to sort of hack a little bit of VirtualBox to work with 9x clients. It's terrible, terrible support. Okay, so environment here's some commands inserted in the logon script. Okay, yeah, makes sense. So that's the configuration for the client. Where is the client? Sometimes I really struggle just finding quick basic info. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. The amount of workarounds you probably would have had to have done for 9x would have just been horrible. I was, my last streams I was talking about my high school had 9x clients with an NT4 domain controller. And I've always wondered how they managed to get everything to work, because it was pretty complicated. Will there be a client folder or something I can grab? Scripts. Inventory. Maybe I'll just insert it into the logon script. Okay. I'll let the wizard take care of that. Wizard Harry. We'll do the bottom of the existing script. Did that add anything? Here we go. Oh, okay, yep. So I added all the clients to the net logon directory. Oh, no fun for gaming metal music, but geez, she would have been. That's spendy. That's spendy. Okay, so it didn't amend anything. Is it looking for? Is it potentially looking for just a net logon script called logon? I think these are the clients here. Probably one of these batch scripts and just mend to the back of it. Quickly consult the help again. Okay, so the installation method, this installation method will not work unless you modify user logon scripts as selected. Okay, alright. Which will be back here. And then here, oh, it's already enabled. Yeah, Quake 2. It was like one of the few games. Was it that and Half-Life that worked on NT? how does it know? If I go to here, server manager, user manager, sorry. It's still got my standard logon script, you know, just see what this does. It's probably not going to do anything. Oh, there's my message. Okay. And software rendering only. Yeah, I've specified a logon script for all the users, which is just this one. But there's nothing amended to it. So I'm wondering if I have to figure out which one of these executables is the one I need. Feel like it should be this one. Windows NT. Because it's got a bunch of other executables in there. Could be wrong on that though. That's what I was trying to figure out in the manual. Oh yeah, did any clients come in? Is there a refresh? No, that's all right. I suspect I just need to figure out which. Yeah, need to figure out which one to add. Actually, I do have the this, which is the resource guide, but it's 500 and something, well, 1,396 pages. Client. Server and client packaging. Okay, maybe I'll just have a peek at that. 67. Caps. Online mode, offline. Yeah. They're pretty heavy on the bucks. Expensive. It's not quite as simple as I thought. There we go. The pages are also a little bit off too, in some ways. Bidirectional support, SMS installer, create installation scripts for single or multiple local languages. I don't mind the language thing, just as long as it kind of gives me a rough idea of what I need to do to grab. Nice. But did you dust them out and bring them out every now and then? It's kind of funny, like the material might be old, but the concepts are still quite valuable. SQL. That's the administrator console. Do I have to generate? Maybe I have to generate a. Because this is that's the site setting. Do I have to generate a? There's a collection. Maybe I have to generate a package. Sorry, bumped the microphone. That's just for software. That's site, client, new, site system, client. There is a help thing, which I think I was just in. Client installation configuration overview. Oh yeah, I've just read this. Alright, I think I'm gonna guess. Okay, so it's not that because I added it, so it's these three. Those are executables. That's a standard batch script. What I'm gonna do, I mean, it's either gonna work or it's not. I'll just amend it to the NT. Add a little bit of time to it. I'm gonna log in as administrator. No, ML admin, because it has the logon script and admin privileges. Didn't do anything. Yeah. No, that's a good idea. I could do that too. Actually, before I run it, did it do anything in here? But like archaeology. Okay, no. So we will run this. What did that do? It flashed. Didn't read it fast enough. There's no refresh button. Just enable it. Just, yeah. I'll do that too. Sure. Oh, that's probably gonna, actually no, I won't. I'll let it do it. I'll do those clients manually because I don't know how it's gonna fare through a virtualization. Yeah, good idea. I think I'll try that. Can I get to? Can you do this? No, I need. What I'll do is I'll map it temporarily. Okay. So it ran something, and then that was it. Maybe just in case I'll close the MMC client in case it doesn't refresh. Yeah, I had a moment there trying to remember if I could map it I mean, sorry, just browse to it through the command prompt, but you cannot. I'm going to the wrong place. Just pop a shortcut. Okay, so it wasn't that one. If it was, it's either not configured or it's not set up. Maybe what I'll do is I'll move that one over there. I'm going to search in help for that executable. msls.bat. Okay, so SMS connection accounts, caps and distribution points, updating configuration. This account must be granted adequate permission. Yeah, well, I've done it as a domain admin user. Password. Oh, sorry, skip this song. Okay, so okay, so that's not it. Close. No. What are some of these other ones? If I check. SLWNT32. No, nothing found there. So, yeah, it's one of those things where if you don't SMS boot 1, what is that? Wow. Come on, search, you're letting me down. Yeah. I must be missing something. Doing an update. There's a refresh. Oh, look, hey, there we go. PC1. I guess it does also need to report in. So in theory, I'll log in as this user because it's an admin and it's got the logon script enabled. Yeah, I guess it just took its time to get itself going. Yeah, it's almost like waiting for a group policy to update. It's like, is it doing anything? Click, 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 click. Results, results. As I go to the refresh button. Oh, you know what? I didn't amend the logon script. Rookie move. Because there's two parts. Also, I couldn't work out how to do. I couldn't work out how to do, like set time, so it didn't just blast through the logon script. You could either do ping, but I was Metal Music helped me out with this command here where it just sets a timer for, you know, choice key basically. There's like a workaround. So I will log off both of these. So it just sets choice A basically after 2 seconds. Get this one going. Oh, did I bump it? Oh no, it's just frozen. Yeah, so when you use kicks, that lets you use like environment variables like percent username, percent, and stuff that NT supports. Or because I was doing some reading. I think that's kind of, I'm not sure if that's frozen or if it's killed my keyboard. Yeah, because it's really hard. Like, essentially, you are limited to DOS style batch scripting, aren't you, on 9X? Can't select anything, and I'm wondering if it's because it's doing something, or no, it's still, oops. You know what, I'll give it more time. Yeah. Everything's so easy. Well, easier to work with in some ways now, I guess. But I will admit, I do kind of miss the simplicity of a lot of the stuff. You know, I mean, it was, you know, there's a lot of this is quite complicated for the stuff it can do, but, you know, there's big books and things like that. But it's not, it's endless, like, triage of just, I don't know, stuff. It's charming. Update collection membership. What does that do? Um, um, yeah, PowerShell. Something I still got to get better at. Hmm. Yeah. You know what? I'll just do it. Just try to find the info. Yeah, sure. Go off and find more. Resync, do whatever. This is probably all still frozen and busted. Yep. Did that last time, pushed escape, and then it. Wonder if it was waiting on something. I'll try one more reboot, and then I'll try it manually, see what it does. Yeah, I don't think that worked on this client. Ah, hang on. Is that a spelling mistake? I copied and pasted that. I'll tell you what, I will map that manually and just see what it does. How do I do that on 9x stuff? Does it not let me because it's joined to the domain? SMS ls dot bat. Didn't freeze then. No, it's the same. I'll do the same on this. Just manually run it. Net log on, map that. And let it cook. Don't know. Well, I mean, I'm running this as an administrator, a domain admin account, so I'm hoping it can find its way through. I mean, this one seemed to, but NT tends to work a lot better with itself than 9x, as I've found out the hard way. I'm almost wondering if that one was pulled because there's an object for it on the domain. And it knew rather than the client itself potentially doing anything. I mean, in theory, it needs the client to hook in. Oh, well, I did have this selected, so that's probably done a remote client install. Yeah, you're talking about like the logs on the 9x client. Is there even an event logger on this? I mean, I did kind of just blast through the setup without reading any documentation. Well, I read a little, but yeah. Oops. Don't want to delete. I'll just run that again. Yeah, I'm gonna have a look. Why not? Oh, that's the NT client. I must be definitely missing something probably quite basic, as I just don't know that I probably would know if I had bothered to read. Unless it's a part of, you know, like the CD-ROM where you would have a client, you know, like an NT client pack or something for your end user workstations, or where am I going here? think this is the same. Yeah, I don't really know on Windows 98 how to look. Like, I'm so used to having an event log in a service viewer. What is like MS config or something? I know that's not going to work, but worth a shot. Okay. That's for NT. I do have the CD-ROM. Okay, so yeah, a real bodge job. As much as I love it, for sysadmins. What does it say here? It's saying it enables some remote support stuff, so I'll turn that on one here. So, site settings, client agent, and the details pane on the right. Right click remote tools client. I don't have that. Never mind. Supports Windows ME though. Well, that's pretty schwanky. TNT2 cards. I was just wondering if there was like a little, just like package deploy sort of thing hiding in here. These are like patch release notes, of course, so. Okay. What's in that folder? Core. There's no core folder. Surely there's something in here that's just, you know, just there. Jeez. Oh, what's this? SMS log on. Surely this is something. Ah, what is this? What is this? Do I just need to SMB to that? Let's just do a quick check. Yeah, so let's have a moment here. Looks like it's been thinking about this for a while. Okay, close that off. Let's just check out that SMB share. I'm already there. No, what directory was I in before? Resources? No. Crappy help file. Yeah, I'm wondering if it was that's the SMS manager, which you can run from another workstation apparently. Oh yeah, is this not frozen now? Or is it still frozen? Oh no. Oh no. I'm wondering if it was one of these directories I was in just before. That's the server. SMS. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm just gonna find that directory I was just in. Getting all click happy. I'll go to this. And we'll just go through all of these, I guess. Those are my shares. There's the site folder. It's got to be like a little client package just that you just run. So it's like the full site. Resources? No. Shared? Oh no, that's me again. SMS site? No. SMS log on. Surely. NT. But there was also x86. I'm wondering if it's one of these. 16-bit, I'm guessing. It's there. Yeah, so that was this here. Yeah. Sorry, the chat might be a little bit delayed, but I mean, it's got stuff in it, but I think that's more server side. There is an executable. Yeah, so I think this is all for the server itself. And I think what I maybe need is this logon folder. It's like configuration files. I think I'm going to risk it and run this. And I think my server's still frozen too. It's probably not helping. Yeah, that's frozen. So that's probably not helping. I'll close some of this stuff off. And I might be just brave and I'll just turn everything off and back on. While the domain controller's working, I'll log off. Do that. I shall log this one out. Give it a reboot. Restart everything. Start again. Yeah. While that's doing that, I might just keep reading. There'll be a way, I'm guessing it's just something. It was sitting there for an awful long time in that folder. SMS inst. To open set start client installation script in MSS installer. Surely that was probably more like what I'm after. Let that cook. And now I'm creating installation packages for software. I suspect I'm close. That's probably simpler than what I think. Log on. thing's still probably starting. Start that up. Yeah, we got a CPU issue with that VM. It's like, must be doing some sort of heavy load, I'm guessing, or something. Just chugging. And that did take a while to open last time, so I won't rush it. Oops. Oh, that one worked. Well, in terms of the logon script, what do we got? So we still don't have anything in there, but that might be just because it still needs time. I do have the event viewer for the server itself. And this probably isn't helping. More information, I guess, but I'll just log off and log back in here. Client agents. Windows networking log on client. I wonder what logon script it's modifying. Is it modifying its own, maybe? Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, these look like client installation files. It's just that they're... Hmm. And I have a feeling... Missing file. Okay. So the logon script is not working. That's probably a big part of that. So it doesn't know where to go. So try that. Get rid of this. Log out again. Yes, and then it actually ran a client. Might add a little more time to that, just because I think it might not be running. Gosh, it's midnight. I think I might need to go to bed soon. I said that like, oh, I'll stream for another half hour. That was like an hour and a half ago. Is it stuck on now? Why not support that file path? Oh no, there it goes. It just took a bit of time. The system policy update. I'll rerun an update, see what it does. Yes, they're there. Ah. Right, the logon script. The logon script wasn't running. Wow. Wow. Right. Yeah. Okay. Oof, that's some slow product compliance lists it's populating. So I guess I was going to have to go off and cook for a little bit, but it's there. These are all my user groups, all my users. Got a server, got our workstations. I don't know why that one is showing as a no for a client, but yeah, I suspect this one's having the actual machine, I suspect, is having a few problems. This one though is good as gold. Just thinking about it. From Mac. Yeah, the VM's like locked up. So it's trying to process that logon script. Well, I think what I might do is call it here, because I want to go to bed. But also, I think I need to do some more reading. Or maybe at least have a quick play around. Either or. Looks like we've got a lot of work left to do on this, but sure we'll get there. I do wonder why this VM is giving me such grief. Oh, no worries, Metal Music. I'm surprised you're still here, to be honest. It's 5 hours. It's the longest I've ever streamed for. Yeah, now it works good as gold, so the VM's just been a turd. Not too sure on that. I'm wondering if the client hasn't properly deployed because of the bodged first log on. But what I can do is just delete it and see what it does. See if it's gonna work or it's not. Yeah, so log done. Yeah, probably just needs time again. Yeah, good timing. I can turn this royalty-free music off. Oh yeah, so it's back, but it's not a client. Can I remote to it? Don't know what it's doing, but it's trying something. Contacting. It probably hasn't put the agent on it. Yeah, so it's not found, but maybe it might. I might be able to do that on this one, which is not logged on. Curiosity's got the better of me, and I really shouldn't. Oh my god, I'm freezing. I'm gonna turn this AC off. Yeah, so it looks like I've got a bit more work to do. No agent, that's alright. Probably needs a task to install it. Of course, it needs every hour, doesn't it, to check in? Right. Okay, I'm gonna bail before I get too caught in the weeds on this thing. Dangerous. Alright everyone, thanks for watching the stream, and yeah, next time I think we'll try and do a bit more of this, deploy some software, remote tools. Yeah, see how far I get with it. Alright everyone, catch you later.